Good evening, and welcome to my Lego stream. Tonight, Good evening, and welcome to. Okay, good, audio works. Tonight, I'm going to be adding the hospital wing to our ongoing Hogwarts Castle project. The hospital wing is a very interesting set. It's not one of the core sets, but it does feature one of the house common rooms, amongst other important stuff. So I wanted to make sure this one got on as quickly as possible. We have plenty of sets left to go. We're doing the next big core section of the castle will be on Saturday, and then I'll have one more big core section of the castle and a whole bunch of smaller sets. So this Hogwarts Castle project is going to take us a little while to get through. We have a lot of stuff to build for it, but this is not the stream I was originally planning to do tonight, because I was planning to do my Lego soccer stream, because today's the first day of the World Cup. But we were on storm watch for much of the evening, and I wanted to wait till that passed. And the soccer ball is like a 5-hour build, and this is like a 3.5-hour build. So I decided to do this one instead, because this one is still very relevant to the channel right now. All the Lego builds are relevant to the channel. I also had 2 Lego Star Wars deliveries today, so that's really exciting. So yeah, my Lego collection really in overdrive. We're going to do my soccer stream. I'm going to try to do it either Sunday or Tuesday at this point, because that is going to be about a 5-hour build based on piece count estimates. That's one of the reasons let me show you what we're doing today, though. So this is the part of Hogwarts Castle we're building today. This is the hospital wing here on the front of the box. And those of you who are well into Harry Potter will see this character line up on the bottom and realize someone very important is missing. It was kind of a controversy when the set came out. We'll talk about her later. But this is what the section of the castle looks like. It's a little section that actually attaches to the part of the castle that we're building on Saturday. So this will be ready to go for that. And then when we take a look at the back of the box here, you can see there's 3 levels of the castle here. On this bottom level where the rockwork is, that's the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the first classroom we're going to be building for this castle. And that's the Defense of the Dark Arts classroom as it appeared during Lupin's time. Professor Lupin was the professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts in Harry's 3rd year. The Hogwarts Castle project as a whole also features Quirrell, as well as Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. And Lockhart actually makes 2 appearances, but the actual Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in the castle represents Professor Lupin's time as our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. And specifically, this is the scene where he's teaching the kids how to defeat Boggarts. So, then on the second level is the hospital itself. And you can see a couple hospital beds in there, some Skelegro and other medications. And that's the level that this set is named after. That's the hospital. And then this top level is the Ravenclaw common room. And you can see there's even a little library next to it, because Ravenclaw is the house for the smart kids. And Ravenclaw was always the house I belonged to. Ever since the Harry Potter fandom started sorting themselves into houses, all the way back at the beginning, I knew day one that I was a Ravenclaw. So this is my house, and this is very special to me. You can also see at the bottom here, it says we're going to get 2 more of the collectible wizard portraits. Before we dive into the box here, let me just show you where we are with that. This is the current status of our collectible wizard portraits. You can see we have 6 different ones so far, with 1 duplicate of this Aviator Witch in the 3rd row here. We track the wizarding portraits. There are 14 total portraits to collect, and we're going to have 27 chances total throughout the castle project, and this set has 2 portraits in it. So we have 20 chances left total to get the remaining 8 portraits. But tonight we only get 2 chances. Back to the box itself. So there's the back of the box one more time. Interesting. There's also one really special piece in here that I will talk about. This just shows how this bit here shows how the castle attaches onto the back of the main tower section. That's the section that's the big core section we're building Saturday. So I'll be able to add this right away. This is one of 3 big sets that isn't the core set. So each of these 3 sets is probably going to have to be a dedicated stream on its own right. We still have a bunch of smaller sets that are probably going to be combined streams. There's a lot to go with this castle. You can see the box is a little beat up on top. That's how it arrived to me. But I did receive this directly from Lego itself, so I know that the box contents can be trusted. This came directly from the source. So sometimes they just... this isn't the first box I received from Lego that was beat up on the corner like this. Not a biggie. I don't really care because I don't keep the boxes. So there's a picture of the front again. You can see the rock work that will make it level with the rest of the castle. And I've talked a lot. Let's go ahead and get into this. Now, due to the way my setups are, I won't actually be able to show the combined castle on camera. But one idea I had is maybe to photograph the castle a little bit, and then kind of show off photos before each stream of the progress. But we can't really do that till I can actually start using my table, and I need the table for another week or 2 for another project before I can start combining things. So this may just be a thing where I do kind of a recap tour video and then do a stream where I just stream the recap tour video and talk about what's going on. And then maybe I'll pull out some notable figures to show off on stream. We have the paper packet, which I think is just the instructions for this. And let me go ahead and get our bags organized. Oh, I dropped one. So there's 8, 7, 5. Here's 6 and 5. And then we have 4, 3, and 2. And then we have 1, which we'll keep with us. We have these 2 big loose plates, which I'll set aside until the instructions call for them. And we have the paper packet. So let's get the paper packet open. The paper packet contains the sticker sheet. And oh wow, that's... Ooh, that's nice. The sticker sheet is really reflective and shiny like a mirror, but most of the stickers are not. So we'll see what feature needs to be shiny that it was printed on this highly reflective surface. The instruction book, the paper packet also contains the instructions. And it looks like we have 3 different instruction books here, one for each of the 3 levels of the tower. So we have 3 instruction books. But you know what we do with paper instructions on this channel. We're just going to set them up here. I'll keep those plates up there. Bag 1 is ready to go. The stickers are ready to go. And because the way that light hits the sheet, I'm actually going to set it aside in the shadow of my monitor so it doesn't blind me. So I'm only going to pull out the sticker sheet as I need it. But here it is one more time. You can see a couple stickers representing Ravenclaw right there in the middle. It looks like the rest of this is classroom stuff. And wall towers. Lots of detail on that sheet. I guess we'll find out when we're placing the one shiny sticker why the sheet had to be shiny. Let's go ahead and pull up the instructions now. Go ahead and pull. And we are ready to go. We do get a separator in here. There it is. You can see our separator. So let's open bag one. And bag one is starting. Oh, we're getting a really cool animal figure right off the bat here. And we are ready to go. We'll put the separator aside in case we need it. Do you see this little bit of blue that's on our parts pile? We'll go over that in a bit. Let's do this character figure first. And this character is going to be Lupin. And let me just make sure I've memorized all the characters that are in this set so that I can call them out as we get to them. Alright. Here we go. We're ready to go. So this first character, did I get that right? Yeah. This is Professor Lupin. He's the werewolf professor, the third year Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Where is his leg piece? There it is. And he is secretly a werewolf. He is also one of Harry Potter's dad's best friends. Along with Sirius Black. So let's see. We definitely want to go with the more neutral smiley face here, rather than the scared or fighty face. He is just serving as a teacher for his purposes tonight. We're not getting into any fancy battle work here. And he needs a wand. And unlike every character on the stream last week who had the wands in their right hand, the picture here shows to put the wand into his left hand. So that's what we're going to do. And remember what I said about, well, first let me show you Lupin real quick. Here is our Lupin figure, ready to teach his Defense Against the Dark Arts class once we build the classroom, of course. It doesn't want to focus today. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But there it goes. There's Lupin, ready to go. As usual, he can sit in the front of the table, watch the build. But before we start the build, the Hogwarts Castle project is going to contain a lot of cool animal figures and magical creatures. And this one, ooh, it's got the sparkly blue. That's definitely not going to pick up on camera. But this is a Patronus animal. The Hogwarts Castle project as a whole contains 4 of these Patronus animals. The first one we're seeing right now. And the next one we probably won't see until next week sometime. But this is Lupin's Wolf Patronus. And you can see it's translucent blue. The sparkles aren't picking up on camera, but it is a sparkly it is a sparkly translucent that they used for this. And it's a really cool figure. The camera does not do this justice, but this is a really cool piece here. Very sparkly, very shiny. I like how they do the Patronus figure. And we're going to get 3 more of these before Hogwarts is done. So we'll set him to with Lupin. There's also several Harry Potter sets currently available outside the Hogwarts project that aren't in my build queue that also have some of these Patronus figures. I think Luna's house has one, and there's one in the Potions Cauldron. And I forget what other sets have them, but there's 4 of them total amongst the Hogwarts Castle sets. Let's go ahead and start our build, though. Wow, I've been talking for 15 minutes. We're 15 minutes in, and I've only just started putting brick to room. This set is particularly exciting for me compared with some of the other Hogwarts because Ravenclaw, like I said before, is the house that I belong to. Ravenclaw has always been my Hogwarts house. So it's cool that that's going to be in our castle today. We've also done Hufflepuff so far. That was in the Great Hall set that we did last weekend. The set we're doing this weekend contains Gryffindor, and then Slytherin is going to be in the final of the 3 core sets that we're doing a week later. So it'll be a little while before we get to Slytherin. But at least we're getting there. All 4 houses are part of this project. this one goes here. So this is this, and then this piece here extends into here. So that's the defense against the dark arts classroom we're working on now. Lots of stuff in the Lego build queue. We have Lego projects planned for months now. There it is. Sorry, I'm not talking much. When I stop talking, it allows me to focus on the build. I actually build a little bit faster and more efficiently when I'm not talking. And here's the other window. Not sure why you would have windows on a basement level affair, but I mean, I think this room is meant to sit inside the rockwork, so not sure why you would have windows there, but I guess you do. Maybe they're magically enchanted windows, so it looks like you're seeing outside through them. Yeah, let's go with that. These are enchanted windows. I'm not sure. I know which sets the other three Patronus figures are in. I just am not sure exactly when those sets are going to come up throughout the project. Because I'm going to do the smaller builds whenever I can get to them. One of the Patronuses is in the third of the three core sets, the one that we're doing not this weekend but the following weekend. So, but then the other two Patronuses are in smaller sets. So I'm not sure exactly when we will get to those. Um, That piece did not want me to pick it up. I tried to grip it twice, and both times it slipped away. The second time it went on the floor. There it is. Oh, I missed some pieces clearly. I see how they're supposed to go. This was a me problem, not a instructions problem. Now we can do what we're supposed to. That was not supposed to happen, obviously. But let me see where those pieces landed. They definitely went off the table, though. There's one of the pieces. Let me shine a light, because I think the other piece that went on the floor is similar in color here. The piece that currently seems missing is a piece that they do not give you spare bits for. So I definitely need to find it. And it's a structural piece. Did it bounce into my shelf is the question. Bear with me a minute. I'm doing a floor dive to find the piece, try to find the piece that bounced away. Okay, it didn't bounce into the shelf. Did it bounce into the other layer of the shelf? Bear with me a moment. I'm checking the shelf thoroughly, the Bill Q shelf, to see if it bounced, because I'm not seeing it anywhere on the floor, the piece that went flying. Wow. Didn't realize I was under there. Bear with me. One more level of the shelf to check. Best case scenario, it's scattered without falling. Okay, it's not under the desk either. Okay, the piece that's scattered is a structural piece. I can improvise for now, though. I have a spare sitting in front of me. Not of the piece itself, but of a similar enough piece we can go on. It's structural. It won't be seen in the final build. It sucks because I just made my order for my seasonal replacement and maintenance parts order, so yeah. I'll have to look around for the piece after stream. I just wasted 10 minutes on that, and that because pieces like to scatter on me. So there, we'll just put that there so that it holds, and we'll just go on. It's okay for pieces to be mismatched. This is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We can't say one of the students misfired and accidentally transfigured the piece. Yeah, let's go with that. At least that gives an in-story justification for the piece being wrong. I don't want to waste any more time on that. So bag 2 is going to start with our next character. And there is one of the cardboard packets, which tells us there's a going to be some kind of a fabric or flexible piece. Or paper. Sometimes it's paper. We'll open that up when the instructions call for it. So this figure, why do I have 2 torso pieces? It's only showing me one. Oh, because we actually get 2 figures this bag. Okay, let's do the 1 first. Okay, so that's what we're going to get. That's why we have the fabric packet. So we're going to start with Ron Weasley, and he has the mid-teen legs, so he can bend his legs and sit down. That differentiates him from the Ron we saw last week, which was a first-year Ron with the short legs. So the students we see in this set are going to be third-year students. They've grown a little bit. They're a little bit bigger. He has a upset, scared face and a slightly smiley face. Let's give him the smiley because we're going for neutralish appearances today. And he gets a wand. So here's the Ron Weasley figure. And we will sit him down with the other characters here. And we have so this is going to be a cool figure. Let me put it together and we can talk about this guy. He gets a cake piece. That's why we have this packet here. I forgot to make sure his head was ready. I don't see anything that's a black minifigure head base here. Did it roll on the floor? I don't see anything on the floor. There it is. This is not the last appearance of Lupin in the Hogwarts Castle project. We'll see him again. And I know there's at least one more Dementor in the project. This is called a Dementor. It's a soul-sucking creature. And I like the way they did the figure. That's pretty unique when it comes to a Lego figure there. He looks creepy. Just as he does in universe. You know what? Animals and creatures we're going to put on this side of the table here. We'll put him sideways so you can see his detail a little bit better and a little bit closer to the camera there. We'll put the Dementor there, and then Ron can sit with Lupin there. So that Dementor is a nice piece. I like having that for the castle. Let's keep going with our build now because we've lost a lot of time on the that one missing piece a few minutes ago. There should be a little black tile. Is that black? Yeah, that's showing black, so there it is. It was on top of another black piece, and that's why I didn't see it. So we're making a cabinet or closet now. You know what? We'll just treat him the same as a short leg. And the mid legs don't have as much contact with the ground, so they still fall over a lot. We're going to have our first sticker. And I think this is the really shiny one. There's only 7 total stickers on the sheet. We'll be doing well, I think. Stickers aren't going to be a big deal for us today. Yeah, this is the shiny one. This is the sticker that actually has shiny bits shining through. The whole sticker sheet is printed on the shiny back because of this one sticker. The other stickers are just regular colors and the shiny bit doesn't come through. Let me just finish putting the doorway together and then I'll show you. Things have been slipping out of my fingers a lot on these Lego streams recently. So we just made this door for the cabinet, and you can see the reflective mirror surface on the front of it there. That's the reason the sticker sheet was so shiny, because you can see my computer screen in the mirror there. Actually, that's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool how shiny that mirror front is. And then it opens up because it's we're building a cabinet of some kind. Is this the Boggart Cabinet? This might be Lupin's Boggart Cabinet from that one scene. These bits go on the side. So yeah, it's the Boggart Cabinet. And there it is in the middle of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, like that. This looks like some kind of record player we're building. I don't remember there being a record player. Still a cool surprise. Record players are cool. I just don't remember there being one, but it's been a little while since I've seen Harry Potter or read it. It's been a few years since I was heavily involved in this franchise. So, just because I don't remember something doesn't mean it didn't happen. And again, when that slipped out of my hand, it caused something else to go off the table. And I didn't even see what it was. But yes, I did. Okay. That's happening to me a lot lately with the Lego. But I've always been a little bit of a clumsy person. So the record player goes on the side of the classroom like that. And here we have a skull sitting in a glass case on a table. At least it didn't go on the floor. But hey, that shows me that this skull still has a fighting spirit. This skull is still somewhat alive a little bit. There's that skull on the little table there. And with that, okay. Boggarts take the form of whatever the viewer is afraid of, and this magical cabinet turns them silly. That's if I remember the scene correctly. So Ron's afraid of spiders, and so Lupin gives his spider roller skates, making the spider completely silly. I think that's how the scene went. It's not the only giant spider we will see, though. on this project. There's another one coming up soon-ish. Okay, this goes onto the bottom of the spider frame. We have a couple transparent pieces here to hold it up. And then this big ball piece for the back of the spider Boggart. And then oh, we have an 8 times build coming up on this page. Okay, that's the head of the spider creature thing. And now I have an now we have an 8 times build involving 3 pieces. I'm gonna build all 8, and then we will attach them. It'll be more efficient than to keep picking the build up and down. So let's build all 8 of these spider legs, and then we will attach them all at the end. Okay, that's half the legs. Let's keep going. And because this counts as a creature, and it's going to be relatively small enough. I guess it can stay out and watch the build like we do with characters and creatures. We let brick built creatures stay out and characters stay out from Mario. Why not let the Boggart stay out with the other two creatures over here on the creature side and watch the build? And you know what? We're gonna take some creative liberties so that we don't have a weird looking back leg going on here. We're gonna take a little bit of liberties here with how things are, how the legs are spread out to make it look a little bit more naturalistic. We'll put those two legs there, and I just flipped one of the legs. Two of the legs went flying just now, so let me the legs aren't going to be evenly spaced. I'm just trying, because I'm trying something that will hopefully make them look a little bit better. If that's there. All right, let me go find the two legs that went flying. Both directly within view. That's good. Okay, let's put our little Dementor back up. Actually, I think this particular Dementor is supposed to represent part of that defense against the dark arts Boggart scene as well. Yeah, I see how I'm going to space things to make this. And a leg goes flying again, but lands right where I can reach it easily. Forward leg, forward leg, and those are the back legs. And let's turn the head a bit so it's a little straighter. And there is our Boggart spider with the roller skates. Alright, so bag 3 is going to be a separate assembly. So I'm actually going to take our Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and take it off screen. I just flicked it. It's a spare bit, but it's still a piece that has to come up off the floor eventually. Let's get bag 3 out. You know what? I had all the figures laying straight the last Hogwarts stream. We can do that with this one. Just because there's a lot of moving parts with these Hogwarts sets. Lots of stuff flying around the tables. So we're gonna be doing the rock section that the this part of the castle is gonna sit on top of. So we're gonna take our Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and I am going to take it, and I'm going to just there's one more look at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and I will obviously there's nothing inside the cabinet right now, but there will be later, and I will just set this off camera out of the way. I'll get those later. I think the plan is to finish this first instruction book, which is the first 4 bags, and then we're just going to take a midstream break and then power through the last 4 bags. I think that's going to be the most strategic way to do this set. I'm going strong, but it is a 1,000-piece build, so it's a 900-piece build, so we will want to take a little stretcher in there. Well, that's a big brick. Why is it not showing up in my... A 6x2? It was right under my nose. I was looking past it. Alright. Okay, and now we put these pieces in here. When we do our stretching break, I will need to run upstairs to get a water cup. Because I'm feeling a little dry right now. But we still got a while to go before we hit that. We have some more of these rockwork pieces. We have 4 total in this parts pile, including the one we just put on. So right now we're building up the rock work at the base of the castle. Time for the next sticker. And this sticker goes inside a panel. It's not perfectly centered, but at least it's kind of straight. So there's what this sticker looks like. I'll set the sticker sheet off camera because it is so shiny. Oh, let's not forget pieces. All right, let's keep going. All right, yeah. We're almost done with this parts pile, and then we'll have one more bag to finish this rock work. Okay, so we're getting one of those little trees. So here's the little tree, and I'm gonna clip that on. And with this, it's time for bag 4. So bag 4 is going to be some more of the rock work. That's going to be around the base of this section of the castle. Okay, let me get right to it. That one there, and then I should have another one of those pieces. Yeah. Looks like there's a big gap in the side here. Yay! We have our daily spammer. And our daily spammer has been banned. Okay, let's keep going. We do have a big hole in the cliff face on this side. So you'll be able, I guess it means you'll be able to see straight through into whatever room is put on the inside there. Excuse me. Alright, so I'm going to keep going now. We're going through this bag pretty quickly, which is a good thing because I really do need to do it. My stretch break. I'm starting to feel it. Looks like there's going to be big window holes in both sides of the cliff face here. So whichever classroom you put into the slot here, where Defense Against the Dark Arts is going to go, you'll be able to see into. these go here. We're getting close to the end of this bag here, which is a good thing because I'm going to need a break. But I'm definitely enjoying this build process. We're almost done with the basement here, the rock level for the castle, in which the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom we just built is going to go. That's actually the first classroom we built for the Hogwarts project. The Great Hall didn't have any classrooms with it. We did the bathroom, there was the troll bathroom, and there was a portrait corridor, and there was a the Hufflepuff common room. So we didn't actually do any classrooms. We also did the dueling club and the boathouse. So we didn't actually do our Hogwarts Castle project. Didn't actually have any classrooms yet before now. But with this little hospital building, we got our first classroom, and we're getting our second house common room. So now we're doing all the tiling over the top of the section. This is what the rest of the tower building is going to attach to after we build that up. There is some bracket work along the front of this, though. It'd be interesting to see what that is used for. All right. That one goes there. And now it looks like we're doing a little assembly here. Okay, we're just about done with the rock base here. And then that picture just shows you slide the defense against the dark arts classroom into the base there. And that shows Lupin and Ron, and so it looks like the Dementor is meant to be a Boggart as well. And this shows how the rest of the section is going to connect on top. And here's an ad. You can see the Great Hall and the main tower and the herbology greenhouse. We did the Great Hall. We're doing the main tower. You can also see the flying lesson wall on here as well. That goes behind the castle somewhere. And this shows the some more of the class. I see the sorting hat ceremony. And is that the charms class maybe? Oh well, this just shows how this section connects to the main tower section and the Great Hall. So you can see some of the connections there. Here's an advertisement for Luna's house and the potions cauldron and the sorting hat ceremony. And this shows, so this shows where you can find the Patronuses. So there's going to be one in the sorting hat set, and there's going to be one in the Luna's house, which is not part of this project, and the potions cauldron is not part of this project because we have the regular potions classroom that's going to go into this instead. So for Patronuses, as far as we're concerned, we have this set we're doing tonight and the sorting hat, and then actually the two new sets that both just came out last week, both of those have Patronuses as well, and those are part of this project. So that's this instruction book, and in the second instruction book we'll be building the actual hospital level. But right now, let's take a quick little break before I go. Here is our... Let me just do some close-ups of the rock work because we won't be able to do that later. You can see these big windows in the side of the base there. And then here you can see that tree up front. And then over here on this side you can see another big window there. And you can see here the studs where the main building are going to connect after we build that later. We also have here our defense against the dark arts classroom. It can spread open when you pull it out to play. It's got that really cool mirror on the front of the cabinet, and I'm just gonna take that and I'm gonna slide that into the base like this. And there we have our first Hogwarts classroom. Lupin's defense against the dark arts classroom. Although if you remove the cabinet, you can also use it as a stand-in for Quirrell and Lockhart's defense against the dark arts classrooms. Since they're involved in the castle project as a whole as well, they're just not involved tonight. And there's the wolf. How do we get the wolf a really good view? Maybe can we stud him in on top here, on top of the base? But yeah, that's a cool look for the wolf. And out of respect to our fans who are afraid of spiders, I'm actually going to take the Boggart off camera. And you have our little Dementor. Even though he's meant to represent a Boggart in the context of this scene, I'm just going to put him up here and have him flying around the castle base. And Lupin and Ron can stay down there waiting for their friends to show up. So that's where we are. This is the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Lupin and Ron. We have the Wolf Patronus and we have the Dementor. I'm going to run upstairs and get some water, so I will be a few minutes. We'll come back we'll start building up the actual building. I will see you shortly. All right, I'm back from break. So let's get our instructions back up and continue on with the building itself. Obviously, the Dementor and the Patronus need to come off the base so we can keep building. The instructions are back up. This will be the instructions for the next section, which tells us to open bag 5 and take the big plate we set aside from before. This is a 16 by 16 plate it's calling to. And it looks like this is going to start a new assembly. So I'm going to take our basement with our Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. One last look at the interior of that real quick. And I'm just going to set that off screen real quick. And before I continue, let me just check and make sure my audio is still working. Before I continue, yeah, we are good on audio. So let's get our instructions up. Let's get out bag 5 and get continuing. Let's start the building proper. And it looks like we are going to get our next character in this bag. Oh, we have some nice big structural pieces for this section as well, and some more of those windows, it looks like. So I'm guessing, and this is just a guess, but I'm guessing bag 5 is going to be this level's exterior, and then bag 6 will be this level's interior. That's probably what we'll see on bag 7 and 8 as well. Let me just set some of these big pieces aside so it's easier to sift through the parts pile. We, of course, have the big plate here where most of the construction is going to take place. So I want to keep that accessible. So we have third year Hermione in casual clothes, not school uniform or anything. It looks like Ron is in his school uniform for this set. Hermione has an upset, angry face and a neutral smiley. Like I said, the mood for today is calm, so everybody's getting the neutral faces today. I might adjust them when I set up the scenes for the actual castle display. But for tonight, we're going to give everybody neutral expressions. I like this Hermione figure. This is actually the first Hermione. No, this is the third Hermione, counting the 2 we did last week. Prior to Hermione wasn't in the Gryffindor house banner. There were 3 students per banner, and Gryffindor was there was one of the Quidditch girls. What was her name? Oh, no matter. That was a different time in my collection. This is now. So we'll give her the wand. And there's our Hermione figure. And she is wearing that time-twisting medallion that she used in the 3rd book. I don't remember what that was called. Pretty cool. I think this is our first casual clothes student that's part of the Hogwarts project. all the students we had last week were in variants of the school uniform. So let us begin. I can see a translucent piece going on there in sparkly. I'll try and show that on camera once the instructions call for that piece. Alright. Instructions say I need 2 more of those little cone bricks. There they are. Yeah, I'm so glad I switched my stream plan for tonight. If I was doing the stream that I was originally planning, we'd be about a third of the way through. Now we're actually about halfway through, and we'll be hitting midnight soon. So switching was the correct call, even though we're still going to go considerably past midnight. The plan is to try and power through and finish the set without another break. But if I do need another break, it'll be after it'll be between bag 6 and 7 when we finish this instruction book and go on to the last instruction book. If I need another break. I'm trying not to, because it is so late already. And of course, we will have the next core section of the castle we'll be doing on Saturday. So yeah, we're finally going to start to... This castle's finally going to start to come together. I've been staring at my Great Hall all week. Just, yeah, this is going to be really great when I finish my other project and I'm able to put everything on my table and actually put everything together. So yeah, this bag is mostly structural stuff for the wall of this section of the castle here. The hospital room. Oh, and when we finish the hospital room, we're going to talk about Harry Potter characters for a little bit. Um, I should have one more of those panel pieces. There it is. Is that, yeah, that's very dark brown. Okay, that's the correct piece then. And this is, looks like it's going to be a table with some potions on it. Or actually, it looks like it's going to be a whole shelf with some potion bottles on it. And it looks like this is where we use that translucent piece that I saw in the parts pile. You can see that this potion bottle here uses the opalescent translucent pink with the sparkly bits. The sparkly bits aren't really coming up on camera. But yeah, I really like when they use those when they do those sparkly bits. I'm a fan of that. And then this other potion bottle is just a straight translucent light green. So now we're building the second layer of the shelf. And this layer of the shelf gets a silver cup on it. Well, a gray cup. So let's just finish building up the shelf here. So this is the shelf we just built. It's got 2 potions and a cup on it. And that's going to go back here. Like that. Now let's keep going with the structure around. Basically, we're building a wall around the potion shelf. And now we get to use some of these big pieces that are going to fill in the wall really fast. We just passed the 2-hour marker stream. So, if we do this without a break, we'll probably be done by about 3.5-ish hours. We're going to finish this whole instruction book before I do that little bit of character discussion. We're going to finish the whole hospital level here. We have some more of the distinctive Hogwarts windows. We had a ton of these on the Great Hall. Let me make sure that I give you correct character identifications later. Not too bad on the windows this time. There's only 8 of them in this bag. But I know we'll be seeing more of those windows before we're done with the castle as a whole. Only 8 in this bag, and they're all in this one step. Let me make sure I put them all facing the right way. Yep, we are good to go. And now we just have to fill in the wall pillars around the windows. And our little hospital building is coming together pretty quickly. I do like efficiency. Did I met? Oh, yeah, that one's supposed to be there, but this section is supposed to be here. And then I build these 2 sections with the clips here. One more of those. And then just a normal tall brick for that end cap there. I know I said characters get to watch. I did take the spider Boggart off because I know that some viewers may be sensitive to spiders. There is one set that prominently features a much more realistic spider build, though. We're not doing that set tonight. But it is coming. There is going to be one more big spider on the Hogwarts Castle project. Those of you who know Harry Potter probably know who I'm talking about. But we'll get to that when we get to it. There we go. So now we have a couple torches to light up the hospital room. So yeah, I'm gonna finish the whole hospital room before we talk a little bit about characters, and then we'll go straight on through and finish with uh, the Ravenclaw common room, which will be the final section of this piece of the castle, the upper level of this building that we're making here. Oof. I need to. I broke. I broke that torch while I was placing it in. Let me go ahead and reset that. So yeah, it's very close to midnight here. We're definitely going to go over. I'm really glad I switched from my 5-hour build to my estimated 3.5-hour build for tonight. That stream I was planning to do tonight was not related to the Hogwarts project. And it was something that I had on the calendar for like 2 months. So that build I still want to do this weekend while it's still fairly relevant. So we're going to be moving that stream to Sunday because Saturday is going to be my all-day marathon stream for the next core section of the Hogwarts Castle. So here we have our next sticker. And this is going to be the number 7 sticker. And this is just a little bit of rock detail on the side of this wall piece here. So alignment on this one, as long as the lines are straight, alignment doesn't really matter. Hey, I have a chatter. How are you? How do I pronounce that? I hit it too? Is that how you say that? Anyway, here is the sticker on that wall piece there. And we're going to add this. I'm going to add this to the tower here. Behind the shelf. Behind the potion shelf there. So, welcome to the stream. Today we're working on the Hogwarts Hospital Wing. This is part of my ongoing project to do all the Hogwarts Castle sets. We did the Great Hall last week. And tomorrow, not tomorrow, Saturday, I'll be doing one of the 3 core another one of the 3 main core units. Because I'm doing the whole castle, I just can't do that all on a single stream. Yeah, I want to get the Lord of the Rings stuff too, but alright, this wall also has a sticker. That has this big tree detail on it. That's a really nice sticker. I like this sticker. So the hospital wing set features the hospital itself along with Lupin's Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and which we already built the first half of the stream. And the top level of the tower, which I haven't gotten to yet, is the Ravenclaw common house. Yeah, this project's going to be insane. The Great Hall came with a bathroom troll, and a lot of the other sets also have some really cool creatures in them. This set, as you can see, it's got a Patronus in it. I'll show you that in a moment here. This one, and it also came with a Dementor, but I think the Dementor is technically meant to represent a Boggart in this particular set. So here's the sticker detail for this piece of the wall here. And I'm just going to press that in here. Yeah. I've come to the realization that I won't be able to actually stream, show the combined castle on stream because it's the table where I'm setting it up is in another room. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a pre-recorded video and then stream of the castle tour when it's done, and then stream that. But I'm streaming all the builds that are part of that series. Then at the end, I'll do like an in-depth castle tour, and then I'll stream the video. Okay, where was I? Yeah, I put that piece on. Now I have to put this. Yeah. No, I'm not doing that with this castle. There's going to be like 18 sets involved with my display or something crazy like that. Anyway, yeah, so, okay, so we get a little bit of a tree detail that I'm putting together here. Well, not a tree, but a plant detail. So I'm going to stick that on the front of the hospital like that. So this is one of 3 large sets that are not the core sets. You can see that little plant detail we just put on the front of the hospital building there. In addition to, well, the Hogwarts Castle is the largest project that I've done, the largest Lego project that I've ever worked on. But it's, I'm fairly new to Lego Harry Potter as a theme, because I've been doing a lot of Star Wars recently as well. Actually, all my Lego builds, the entire history of my Twitch channel, every stream I've ever done, can be found on my YouTube of the same name if you want to go there and see some of the other stuff I've done. I've been doing mostly Lego the past year and a half, but I'm technically a variety stream. I have done some gaming. I do want to get back into music. Yeah. So this is a plant. This is a potted plant that that's gonna sit out on this balcony just outside the hospital here. Oh, I said I was going to show this. How am I going to show this on camera? It came with this. This is a Patronus figure. And I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but that's the sparkly translight blue. That's the opalescent texture that they only very rarely use. I like when they use the sparkly stuff, but it's rare. This is one of 4 Patronuses that are in the castle sets. There's also 2 other Patronus figures you can get in Harry Potter sets that are not part of the castle. So bag 6. The wolf Patronus was Lupin. And there's 3 other castle sets that also have a Patronus in them. And 2 other Harry Potter sets not part of the castle that also have a Patronus figure. So let's open bag 6, in which we will continue building up this hospital room. So yeah, my Lego Star Wars collection has been getting insane. I have some insane other stuff here too. I have 3 of the paintings. I did 2 of the paintings on stream, 1 off stream. So you can see the entire history of my channel on my YouTube of the same name, and includes all my Lego streams, but it doesn't include any of the builds that I did off stream. Because sometimes I buy Lego just so I can have a little no pressure build without having to worry about streaming. But I'm gonna stream every one of the Hogwarts sets, so This whole project is going to be on the channel. And actually, the top level of this set, above the hospital wing, like I mentioned, that's the Ravenclaw common house, and that's actually my house. Ravenclaw has always been my Hogwarts house. Serious face or a slight smile? Well, I've already decided. That this stream, everybody's going casual. I'm not really doing any scenes or events tonight. So we have to give Harry his wand. And let's just see here. We are going to get 2 of the collectible Wizarding tiles this set, but they haven't shown up yet. There's a series of 14 randomized collectible wizard portraits, and they're randomized, and there's 27 total portrait pools throughout all the castle sets. We've collected 6 so far out of our first 7 pools on the first stream last week. So, we have 20 chances left to get the remaining 8. Tonight we're only going to get 2 chances, though. I do a checklist review whenever we review them. Oh, I didn't show. So here is the Harry Potter figure for this set. Harry Potter is going to appear in like half the sets in this collection. I've only done 1 day of the castle project so far, and I've already got 3 different Harry Potter figures. But this is a 3rd year Harry Potter in school uniform, and we will put him over here with his friends while they wait and watch as the build goes up. That's a thing I do where all the characters get to stand on the front of my table and watch the build go up. Doesn't matter what Lego theme I'm doing. If there's figures, they get to watch. I once did a set of like 18 figures with it, and it was crazy at the end seeing all the characters watching. I did that piece. I did that. All right. So, Nick is not in the Great Hall set this time. He's in the main tower, which is the set I'm doing Saturday. There's a different ghost in the Great Hall, which will be Fat Friar, the Hufflepuff ghost. We're getting a ghost tonight with the Grey Lady in Ravenclaw. But Nick and the Gryffindor common room are in the main tower, which is the set I'm doing on Saturday. But I'm not sure if I can bring the Great Hall in. Well, I haven't exactly packed it. If you're still around at the end of stream, remind me, and I'll try and bring out the Great Hall. But I'm not going to give you a full tour or anything. I'll just hold it up to the camera. Because I only have the 1 tray table set up today, and the Great Hall takes up the whole table. So I won't even be able to put it down if I bring it in. Know what? I'm going to block that message because it did use modded word. Just a heads up, if you're going to buy the current castle system, the Great Hall is about to retire. Although they literally just released the East Wing. So yeah, it's gonna there's gonna be a window of like 1 month to buy all three of the core units if you want to start up this project. Some of the smaller sets have already retired, but nothing that you can't get too terribly on the aftermarket. A lot of the smaller sets haven't inflated too much on the aftermarket. There's only a couple retired sets, but those are all smaller ones anyway. They're not core units. I am thinking about saving up to get the $1,000 Death Star as well as the 4 Lord of the Rings uh, big sets. You know what? There's going to be an instruction book switch after this bag. I can probably get up and show you the tower. I can probably get up and give you a quick view of the Great Hall then. But I'm not giving you a full tour. I'm not going over the characters or anything. Just gonna be a quick on camera, off camera, just because you asked nicely. But I'm not going to. It's not gonna be anything expansive. I'm not gonna give away the whole set, and I'm not gonna have the modular rooms in the bottom. Because those like to slip out. So, you did specifically ask about the troll, though, so I'll bring the troll out. But I'm not going to bring the rest of it out. I'm not going to bring the rest of those rooms out. But that'll be after I finish the bag here. Okay, looks like we're going to have a little bit of wizarding medicine here. And I know my model's turned away from the camera right now. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. That's just an unfortunate fact when it comes to streaming Lego. You can't always get everything on camera because sometimes with the instructions you need to be able to see what you're doing. But right now it looks like we're filling in some details for the hospital wing here. Oh, this is cool. We have here a package of Bertie Bott's Every Flavor beans. And this is going to go, it looks like, in the back corner of the hospital wing there. So, there. I think I lined that up correctly. Don't worry, I'll turn this around and show you the interior once the instructions tell me to turn this around. Or once it's done, whichever comes first. But I need to be able to see what I'm doing with these. We're putting in the furniture right now, it looks like, for the hospital. So this looks like it's meant to represent a seat or a little side table of some kind. Alright, here we go. Now we're going to start making this actually look like a hospital here. So this little round tile in the back, a couple of jumper tiles. And then some clip pieces. I'm also have quite the collection of Lego Star Wars. Actually, my Lego collection is very extensive. I'm an almost completionist for the interactive tabletop Mario system, which was just discontinued. Okay, we have a 2x build. So the way I do 2x is I do everything and everything on a page. Then I do everything on the page again for the second copy, and I don't turn the page until both of the assemblies are up to the end there. So with this, so since I have the two assemblies now over here, I can then move on to the next page and see what the assembly does. And here I can see there's an assembly within the assembly, a 2x, which is actually going to be a 4x. So let me go ahead and put all 4 copies of that together, because it'll be more efficient than to just do it 2 times and then do it 2 times again. So let me go ahead and make 4 copies of that. So what we're making now looks like it's the hospital beds. I accidentally flicked that off the table. Now, once I don't have anything starting on the table I've set aside for the project yet. I need it for another week and a half to finish another project that I need the table space for. So I'm not actually putting castle bits together till that's done. But once I do start putting it together, I'm not going to be able to show off other sections from previous streams on stream. But I am streaming every section, so if you do want to go back and see the actual build process for the Great Hall, there is going to be a video on my YouTube. I'm a little backlogged on posting my old videos, so I'm not sure if it's up yet. Now that we have 4 of those, I can go ahead and finish putting these 2 beds together. And let me make sure everything lines up and attaches correctly. And I'll go ahead and put these last 3 pieces on as well. Well, 4 pieces. So here's what the bed looks like. And Lego beds will usually give you a stud connection at the bottom so you can attach the holes on the back of the minifigure legs and have them lie down and actually be attached. Let's go ahead and finish up this other bed now. Yeah, that's the piece. And with that, our other hospital bed is complete. And now I can actually put them into the hospital room. And I'm going to go ahead and I'll show you the inside once it's... Well, we're doing a little assembly, so I'll go ahead and turn it around. That's what we've got on the inside of the hospital room so far. And I'm going to keep going with this assembly here. Okay, I gotta turn it back towards me so I can attach this. This is a little a privacy divider between the beds. This section is at least small enough that I can spin it around. I can't do that with the Great Hall. And it was really difficult getting the entire Great Hall on camera. I'm really dreading the main tower because that's a lot taller than the Great Hall. I have no idea how I'm going to make that one work on stream once it's built up. But I'll figure that out on Saturday on the fly. Okay, so that looks like a packet of bandages. It looks like here another potion. I'd hit it too. Are you still here? Because we're coming up on the end of the bag now. We're coming up on the end of this parts pile. Okay, looks like we're getting a little container of Skelligro as well. If you're still here, I'll get the Great Hall and show you. Otherwise, I'm just going to move on. Alright, so here's a table. It comes with a potion, some bandages, and Skelligro. This is actually our second skull piece in this set. There's one downstairs in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom that we did. So this little table goes in the front of the hospital like this. And I'll actually turn the skull head a little bit closer towards the front there. And then we just have a little bit of an assembly here for the back end of the top here. A little bit of a structural assembly here for the little... It's not a roof because there's going to be another level above it. And then this will go onto the top of the tower like this. And then we get these two bricks here to fill in the corners up there. And just hold that into place. And that shows the hospital wing being done. And that shows how you put it on top of the lower floor. We're actually going to wait till the end and do all the assemblies together at the end after I build the final level here. But there's the interior. I'd hit it too. Are you still here? So that's the inside of the hospital level there. Pretty cool how that came out. I like it. And here's the outside. All right. Let me see what. Give me one moment so I can get things going here. No, you left. All right. I'm not going to show the Great Hall then right now. We're just going to keep going with the build because it looks like I hit it to just left. I can see here I've got, I got my viewer count went down a little bit. So let's just move right into the Ravenclaw common room here. All right, quick audio test here. All right, quick audio. We are good to go. Let's bring the instructions up, and we'll get bag 7 out and get going with the Ravenclaw Common House. And it says we do need this plate. There's still 3 stickers left on the sticker sheet as well. Bag 7. Ooh. And by process of elimination, we're going to get both of the wizard portraits in for the set in Ravenclaw House. I'm just trying to... They're both in this inner baggie and they're turned opposite ways. So I'm trying not to reveal them until we are ready to reveal them. Okay, so the way I do the wizarding portraits, it looks like both of them are going to be in bag 7. The way I do the wizarding portraits on the series is when they come out of the parts pile, I turn them face down. And then when the instructions, when they show up in the instructions, then I reveal them. I actually have a special portrait set aside for today, though. I set aside one of the portraits from last week's special, and you'll understand why in a few moments. Oh! I was going to talk about characters real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Before we get started with the bag 7 build, so here's our 2 wizard portraits. I managed to get them face down so as not to reveal them prematurely. We will set them aside until the instructions call for them, and then we will reveal them and see if they add to my collection. But I had mentioned I needed to discuss characters real quick. Here is the Hogwarts Hospital. And guess who is not in this set? The one set of Hogwarts that would have featured this character, which means she's not going to be part of this castle at all, is Madam Pomfrey. But you can't really do the Hogwarts Hospital without the school nurse, Madam Pomfrey. She's a critical character for the hospital scenes. So guess what I did? I went on Bricklink. I looked up to see if Madam Pomfrey appeared in the past, and she did. There is one Madam Pomfrey minifigure. You can get it for about $20 on the aftermarket. So I went ahead and I got the one Madam Pomfrey figure so that the hospital wing could be considered complete. You have to go to the aftermarket and pick up this figure if you want your hospital wing to be complete, because they skipped her this time around for this project and she's not in any current sets and most likely will not be in any current sets since they've already done the hospital wing for this project and she doesn't appear in any other scenes. So there's Madam Pomfrey, her old minifigure from the previous castle, I think. This figure dates somewhere between 2019 and 2022. I can't tell you exactly which year this figure came out, but the previous modular version of the castle, there were 2 of them. That hospital wing, that's where this figure is from. But here is Madam Pomfrey to run the Hogwarts Hospital. Since she's not technically part of the figure lineup for this set, we'll put her over here on the creature side, and she can stand with the creatures. But yeah, I'm trying to keep good attention to detail with my castle project. I wanted her to get in, so I did a little extra, and I went to Bricklink to secure the Madam Pomfrey figure. Anyway, so this figure that we get in this bag, this is going to be our representative Ravenclaw student for the set. And her name is, according to the box, Penelope Clearwater. Not exactly sure what her role is in the story. She's just representing Ravenclaw House for this set. She has a neutral face and big smiley face. Ravenclaw is my house, so let's give her the big smiley face. She doesn't get a wand. She just gets a she just gets a teacup. But you think it'd be alright if instead of drinking tea, I pretend that she's drinking butterbeer? You think that would be passable? Alright. Silly that a Hogwarts student doesn't have a wand, but it is her day off. She's in the common room, so there's Penelope Clearwater. And we'll put her with the other students for now. And we can get started with the Ravenclaw Common House build here. Give me one moment. All right. Sorry about that. There we go. So the shape of the room is starting to come together now. I just want to get a quick overview here from the back of the box. Yeah, I can't tell where they go in here. Let's see their placements, then I'll make decisions. So right now we just started the Ravenclaw common room, which is going to be sitting above the hospital at the top of the hospital tower. This is my house. I'm really excited about this build here. It's after midnight, so the plan is to finish this build. We'll finish this set. We're not going to do any bonus builds tonight. We'll save the rest of the small sets for another day. Or I should say other days. There's a bunch of them. Alright, there should be one more of those blue. There it is. And now we have one more sticker. There's what that sticker looks like. Some more of the stonework detailing. And these will go outside like this. Okay, looks like here we're going to build the bookshelf. Of course, Ravenclaw, being the house for the smartest students, is going to have its own little house library. That's in addition to the main school library, which we have not built yet. I think that's in the East Wing set. I don't think it's in the main tower set. The school library will be a little while before we get to. Now we start putting in all the little book details, or I should say the book shapes. Where is that piece? There it is. So here's the Ravenclaw Castle here's the Ravenclaw House Library bookshelf. And that goes... I think I missed a piece somewhere. I put those in the wrong place, did I? No, I did not. Those are in the correct place. I just forgot to put the other ones on. Okay. There. Corrected it. So that's what the bookshelf is actually supposed to look like. Now I can put it in. And we can keep going forward with my build here, which for some reason I did not. I don't know why my hand decided to flick that all the way across the table, but we just knocked Harry Potter onto the floor. And I need to do a quick character rescue before we can continue. And actually, I'm going to pull the table out and see if I dropped anything else. Yes, I did. There's 2 pieces down there. Neither of which is a spare bits kind of piece. Alright. So what we're actually going to do is, if the instructions say only show us one portrait at a time, we're going to hold off and reveal both of the portraits at the same time. And that way I only have to do my checklist update once, since both of the portraits are in this parts pile. Which piece is that? There's that piece. Alright, we're going to keep going. Corner slope goes here. We're just on the 3-hour mark of stream now. So, and we're building up the final, this is not the last bag, but this is the last section of the build. So I think we're on target for a little over 3.5 hours. We have 2 stickers left on the sheet. Both of them involve Ravenclaw iconography. So bag 8 looks like it's mostly roof parts, so we should be getting most of the room itself here in this bag. So there's a little arched doorway from the common room into the little library there. That's a pretty cool interior detail. That one goes there, and then this one will go here. And then we have some... I don't know why things just keep liking to scatter on me today as I put them in. Let's go do a quick character rescue. It looks like no actual pieces fell on the floor, just a character. Time to reveal both of the portraits. I do have something special planned for this room regarding the portraits, so we'll reveal them first. Let me pull up my checklist and we will see what I got going on here. Let's switch to our Wizarding Portrait checklist. And I will pull it up and let's... so we have this wizard. Let me go back to the camera so we can look at them. This wizard, who I can tell you right now is definitely a duplicate. And then we also have this witch. Better get her on camera. Who is not a duplicate. But I actually did something special for this. I did something special for this room. Last week in the Great Hall, we actually did, and when I checked the portraits after stream, I learned we did in fact pull the Hufflepuff portrait. So I went ahead and swapped her into the Hufflepuff common room we did as part of the Great Hall set last week. But I learned we also pulled the portrait for Mrs. Ravenclaw. So I went ahead and set that aside so that we could put Mrs. Ravenclaw in the Ravenclaw house. So that's this one. So I'm going to put this one in the back, the one that's visible from the front of the castle. And then we're also going to put the duplicate wizard into the other slot here, the one from the side here. And actually, the duplicate wizard we got is the one who on Bricklink they use as the default for when you do parted out inventory for these sets. So and then this witch I'm going to go ahead and put in the Great Hall where I took out the Ravenclaw portrait. So let me go ahead and mark these two new tiles real quick on my sheet and we can continue. So let me go ahead and give me one moment to update my sheet here. So we got that guy. All right, why is it? I'm just trying to find consistency with my other hash marks here. That's good. And then this is the other one I just got. So we did, in fact, make progress today on the wizarding portraits. We now have 7 of the 14 with 2 duplicates, with 18 pulls left to find the other 7. Is it 7? Yeah. We have 18 pulls left to find the other 7. The Gryffindor and Slytherin portraits are still missing, and I will need them to complete those common rooms. But we've got time. We've got time to find the other wizarding portraits. So let me go ahead and save the checklist, and I will show off the wizard portrait checklist as it is. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pools representing 7 different portraits. Here is the updated checklist, including today's 2 pools. You can see how we are progressing. I have moved the Ravenclaw portrait into the Ravenclaw house. And I think it's pretty funny that the other one we pulled is the Bricklink inventory default. And I may swap the 2 around on this house depending on which of the 2 portraits is easier to see with the rest of the house built up. But there's the status of our wizarding portraits collection so far. You can see there are 7 portraits we have not uncovered yet. We are going to have 18 more chances to pull the rest of these. And that's enough of the checklist. Let's get back to the build. Now that I have the wizarding portraits on the wall here and ready to continue. And whichever portrait is more prominently visible of these 2 spaces, that's where I'm going to put the Ravenclaw portrait. So I may swap them. I may keep them as they are. We'll just have to see. Let's make sure I'm putting things in the correct places. Interesting. All right, that's in. right. All right, we're building up the side wall here. Made a nice little window there. If it wasn't after midnight, I'm feeling really good. If it wasn't after midnight, I'd say let's do another one of the small sets, but I'm not doing that tonight. Even though I feel good, it's way after midnight, and I do need to get some sleep. I have a big day tomorrow. Actually, it may be easier for me to put that tile on if I can just... So yeah. A little bummer about pulling a second duplicate this early in the process of collecting the portraits, but not a big deal. We still have, what I say was 18 more chances to get the remaining 7, so we're still in fairly good shape. I just hope I don't have to aftermarket any of them when Hogwarts is done. Okay, so what we just did is we created this framing here, this nice little banner, Ravenclaw banner framing around the window there. And you can actually see a little bit of the blue from the outside window there. You can see a little bit of the blue hanging over in the window there. Alright, let me keep going with the build here. These go on. And then we have this piece right there. And then we have a floaty piece. Oh, I think I know what's going to go on this floaty piece here. You can see here the transparent piece they use for making superheroes fly. I have a feeling I know what they're using that piece for, but I won't know for sure until we open up the next bag. And with that, it's time for bag 8 and our final figure of the night here. So bag 8 is going to be the rest of the detail, filling in for the Ravenclaw room, and of course the roof of the whole section. But we're going to start with our final figure of the night. And this big chunky piece, I'm just going to set off to the side so it's not in the way here. And with that, we are in our final parts pile of the evening. And we're going to start with the second ghost in our project. There's 5 ghost figures throughout the project, one for each house and then another one. And you'll understand in a few weeks. Serious face. Alright, so we have very slight frown or very slight smile. Either way, it's subtle. And then we need the hairpiece, which is here. So this is the Gray Lady. This is the Ravenclaw house ghost. I'm trying, there, it focused a little bit. So this is the Ravenclaw house ghost. She's called the Gray Lady. And I think she's actually a member of the Ravenclaw family. And she can stand over there with Madam Pomfrey. That way the students can all continue to have fun together. Or whatever. So it looks like we're starting by building another bookshelf. Okay, there's a printed something there. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on here. It's a pentagon printed with... It's a pentagon print. This is not going to focus on camera. Maybe it does focus a little bit. I think that's meant to represent one of the collectible chocolate frog hearts, because those were a pentagon shape. In universe, I mean, they were pentagon. So yeah, somebody has a face down chocolate frog card that they left on this bookshelf here. Okay, so it looks like this one, this bookshelf, will go on this side of the common room there. And then we have a, you know what? I'll let you see the inside of the building for right now. Since I'm working on assemblies right now, I'll let you see the inside. So it looks like we're working on this house's fireplace. Hufflepuff had a fireplace too. This may be a feature common to all 4 of the common rooms. I know it is on the house banner versions of the common rooms. Okay. There's the piece I want right there. So this is the Ravenclaw house fireplace. I gotta turn the build back around so I can see what I'm doing now. And this goes right next to the wizarding portrait. And we're doing another assembly, so I'll turn it back towards the camera. Alright, these go on like that. And then these bits go on like this. And we have here a chair for the Ravenclaw room. And now it looks like we're back to structural stuff. And it looks like we're going to do an assembly here for a structural assembly, though. So I'll leave I'll leave the inside of the room pointed towards the camera for now, while I take care of this structural bit here. Which starts with a 2x1 plate, if I can find it in the parts pile. That color doesn't even seem to be in the part. There it is. It was hiding behind something. It was hiding behind another piece. Looks like we get just one of the classic. Actually, this isn't even the classic window. It's a smaller frame. And this whole window frame gets framed with these bracket pieces. I'm starting to feel the need for water again, but that's okay because this is the final parts pile. We'll be done here pretty soon. That's pretty cool, the shaping of this window section. And there's that. So yeah, we're starting to build up the structure now for how the roof's going to go. And here it is, the assembly for a part of the roof at least. These go here, and then these go here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, it looks like we do hang a house banner from this roof section. So let me go ahead and put the sticker on. And this sticker also actually uses some of the reflective silver bit for the Ravenclaw, uh, for the Ravenclaw R that's going to be on this banner. I'll show you the banner when we bit closer to the completion of the roof assembly here. I want this to look good. This is my house we're talking about. I want to make this as straight and centered as possible. Not quite there yet. Very close. But the sticker wants to settle. The sticker's trying to settle, and I'm not done with perfectionism yet. Man, I hope I didn't mess up the sticker just there. This is also an awkwardly shaped piece. It's not the classic triangle banner. It's actually one that's at a narrower angle than the classic triangle banner pieces that Lego used to make. Still not quite there. If I can just adjust the bottom facing of the sticker. Yeah, I know I'm taking a bit longer than usual with this sticker, but like I said, Ravenclaw is my house. So I want it to be as good as possible. And I just moved it off center, trying to shift the bottom section. And you know what? The bottom part of the sticker is starting to scratch up, so I'm gonna stop fooling around with it at this point. It's not perfect, but it's better than it was. And it goes on like that. Let me go ahead and these framing pieces that go around the banner. These are the classic Star Wars lightsaber in black. And then it looks like we're putting on this star motif. Cool, okay. I'll show you this whole roof interior decoration stuff once we're getting ready to actually attach it. I need to build another section of the star motif here, and then I'm just going to make sure it's all even and ready to go. We're at the 3.5 hour mark of stream, so I'm guessing we're actually going to hit closer to 4 hours. We still have quite a bit of parts pile in front of us. All right, so it's ready to attach that section. So this is the this is the details we just put on the interior of the roof there. You can see the shiny Ravenclaw R banner and then the stars around it. Oof, this piece keeps popping out. And now I'm scattering things, so. And of course the clip came off with it, so I'm gonna have to pull this closer to me to work on, I think. Okay. So portrait came off. Need to fix the portrait. And then I need to... Sorry, I'm a little bit off camera. I need to be able to see where the clips are going in. Alright, that portrait is back in place. Alright, the clips went in. And so the roof folds in like that. And now I can pull out the banner so it hangs straight over the room. I can put the chair back on its stud. And there you go. That's what the room looks like with the roof attached on that side and the banner hanging over the room. And you can see Ravenclaw's portrait over by the fireplace, facing out, and then facing sideways is that guy. And I keep knocking the chair off. It's only attached by a single stud. Now let's keep going. We're building another roof section now. This one just goes here across the frame pieces. Looks like this is a stability setup as well, which is good. So yeah. I don't know why you didn't have us put these detail bits on before attaching the whole roof section. There's so much more opportunity to mess things up and knock things off and break things when you don't fully build the section before you attach it. Okay, got those little bits on. And now we take this big conical piece, this big cone, and we just attach it here over the outside of the round section here. And it should line up with, yeah, it lines up with everything else. And so that's what that looks like from the outside there. We've closed in the tower. That's actually a fake window. It doesn't look into anything. There's nothing on the other side of that window there. It just looks at, it actually looks at these tower cylinders here, the top section of that. So, yeah, that's a fake window in there. I'm going to keep building up the structure on this side. And there is a cabinet hiding in the top section of the tower here. So here's some cabinet doors that I'm going to put here on the inside of the top of the tower above the bookshelf there. Oh, cool. Okay. That's what goes inside that cabinet. We have here the famous Ravenclaw diadem, or tiara, or crown. Basically, it makes the wearer smarter than they already are. There it is. The Ravenclaw diadem. And that's just, it doesn't tile in or anything. It just slides into the cabinet and the doors hold it in place. Alright, yeah, it's nice and tucked away in there now. I won't be able to show that in camera because it's going to fall out if I do. It doesn't stud in. Now let's finish off the top of the tower here. And there's the last sticker of the night, which is the Ravenclaw bird. And that's going to go on this panel that's going to close off the tower here. So there's the sticker. The last sticker of the night. And don't worry, I'll show you this whole assembly once I finish building it up here. And here's the empty sticker sheet. You know what we do with that. Let's keep going. We're building up the last little bit of the tower detail here. And then that should be the end of the build. So we will come in, we're at 3 hours, 45 minutes. So by the time we get everything put together, we will be coming in at just under 4 hours here. And the top of the tower here, closed off. And this just shows how you put it on the rest of the assembly. So now we're going to build up the tower. This shows you the inside of the structure as a whole. And I will turn the instructions off so we can put the whole thing together. First, let me clear the spare bits. So we have a nice figure lineup tonight. We'll go over that too once I get this put together. I may have to do a camera switch again, like I had to do with the other set, though this one doesn't seem to be quite as tall. Maybe actually it might be as tall. We might have to do a camera switch. So let me just... So here is... Yeah, we'll need to do... Let me switch the other camera for this part. The view is no longer centered, but that's okay. So we'll... Oh, I didn't show you the section as a whole. So that's it built. That's that top section built up with the top of the tower there, and there's the inside, and you can see the tower on the inside, and the diadems in that little cabinet there, with a second Ravenclaw banner there. I like this common room. It came out nicely. I have the other portrait we pulled tonight ready to swap into the room from the other day where I pulled Ravenclaw from. We still don't have the Gryffindor or Slytherin tiles, but we still have several chances to get them. And we haven't built those common rooms yet anyway. So here is our foundation on the rocks. And now we can take this section, the hospital wing level, and we can attach that on. And that lines up here. Actually, it's a balcony, so it actually has to stick out one stud on the front there. Now it's actually studding in. So yeah, the tower now lines up with that round bit on the bottom, which is what matters. So that is now correctly placed, the middle level there. And now we can take this top level and I can stick that right on top. And that should just line up. And you can see, yeah, I did need to switch camera because even now we're still off the top of camera. But not as much as we would be on the regular camera. So let me get that patched in. Let me make sure all my connections are secure. And we'll raise that up a bit. We'll see if... Yeah, that's kind of tall. So there is... I can't get the whole thing on camera there, but that is the outside of the hospital wing there. And I'll turn it around and we'll take another quick look at the interiors here. So down here, and this room slides out, the others don't. But there's the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with a Boggart closet. And then we have the hospital room itself that the set is named after. With 2 hospital beds and some medicines lying around. And then at the top here, we have the Ravenclaw House common room, which is where, if I was Lego sized, that's where I would be going to rest and relax after stream. But I'm not Lego minifigure sized. Still, I think it's a beautiful room. I'm glad we did this set tonight. Now for the figures, I think for the exit scene, we will do the exterior. And for the figures, we'll go back to the other camera and see if I can work something out here. It's going to be rough. But let's review the figures one more time and then we'll pick an exit raid. So we get Lupin, Professor Lupin, 3rd year Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Like I said before, the 1st and 2nd year Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers, Professor Quirrell and Professor Lockhart, are in other sections of this castle project, just not the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. There's Ron. We have Hermione. Harry Potter. Again, these are all the third year variants. Ravenclaw House representative student Penelope Clearwater. Grey Lady, the Ravenclaw House ghost. Madam Pomfrey, the Hogwarts school nurse, who is not part of the set, but you can get her on the aftermarket for about $20 if you want to be a completionist for this set. We have a Dementor, who I think in this context is actually representing a Boggart, but it is a Dementor that can be used as such if you're setting up for one of those later book scenes where the Dementors are all over the place. And the Wolf Patronus figure. Still not sparkling on camera because my camera doesn't like to focus like that, but very cool, awesome, sparkly piece. Alright, so that's our lineup for today. Actually, I have an idea, but I'll have to take the classroom out to try this idea. What if I can I get it on camera if I do this? And things kind of want to flop around. No, because you see the big open section on the bottom. Well, it was worth a look. What if I that's not going to work either, but this at least allows me to reach the keyboard and type in exit raid. So what if I now switch back the cams again? You're going to miss the very top of the tower. That's the best I can do, I think. So, let's just make sure that the whole figure lineup is. And now that we're done building, I'll take the brick separator off screen. And I'll push that forward a bit. And you can kind of see the whole figure lineup going on here. Not my best arrangement, and I am still cut off at the top of the screen there. Alright, there at least you get the top of the main portion of the roof. You're still missing the very top of the tower, but there's nothing I can do about that. Here is our raid out screen. Let me just move the students in closer. I'm feeling great. If it wasn't 1:30 in the morning, I'd say let's do a bonus build, but there's still so many more small sections of the castle over there, but I'm not doing that tonight. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I need to get some sleep. I have a big day on Friday. And then, of course, we'll be back on Saturday to build the second of the 3 core sections. So we'll be together all day on Saturday building this building on this castle. But I think we made a good chunk of the castle for today. Since we're doing it this way, I may as well show. This was our first classroom, so I'll leave it out. Do I want the raid out scene to be the exterior or the interior? Well, I think the exterior, but let's take one more look at the hospital room and the Ravenclaw common room there before I turn things over to the raid. 1:30 in the morning. I hope there is somebody to raid. There might not be. But there we are. That's the interiors of the hospital room and the Ravenclaw common room. My house. That's a very beautiful room for my house. Anyway, let's get this, let's figure out who we're raiding. Is there anyone to raid? A few. Kuyasai's doing music again. McDoodle's on. I think she blocks raids, though. Give me a moment to think, because we have a couple choices. Alright, yeah, alright. I think we're going to attempt to raid, ooh, John Lee's on too, but is he live or is he doing his VOD thing? It's been a long time since I raided John. His channel's been spotty for the past few months. Mostly he's been doing it streaming live gigs. He hasn't done a lot of home streaming like he's been doing. Yeah, it looks like he's actually doing a home stream right now. Give me a moment.
Cool, I like it. You're actually 6. Why do you sound surprised? What the fuck? Do I not give off tall guy, big dick energy or what?
No, sounds like he's actually alive for real right now, so I think we're gonna raid John. I haven't raided him yet this year. And I used to raid him all the time. Alright, give me a moment. I have to reach around the tower to type the raid. But we're gonna try to raid John Lee. This was a really fun section of the castle to build. They're all really fun sections, but I'm glad we went ahead and built this one. And so we got the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, our first classroom for the Hogwarts Castle project. And then we got the hospital room itself and the Ravenclaw common room. This was a fun build. We got, actually, almost forgot. We got 3 magical creatures today with the Dementor, the Boggart on skates, and the Wolf Patronus. And we got Madam Pomfrey we did not get tonight. That I had a special order. And then we got Grey Lady, Lupin, 3rd year Ron, Harry, Hermione. And then, of course, our representative Ravenclaw student, Penelope Clearwater. So we got a nice lineup of characters tonight. And Spider Boggart. So have a good night. We're about to raid John Lee music. I will see you on Saturday when we are doing an all-day marathon stream to build the second of the 3 core sections of the castle. Oh, I just realized this. There's windows there on the sides of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom that line up with the gaps in the cliff face there. So that's pretty cool. So, all right. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Let's raid out. The raid's been created. Have a good night. I will see you on Saturday. I'll probably also see you on Sunday. And Monday Mario might have to be replaced with Midnight Mario one day next week. Or I may just skip a week, because I just found out we have dinner plans Monday, so I won't be able to do Mario Monday. I can't afford to set it back one more week to get those last 2 sets done, so we'll still be done with Mario by the end of the month. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. See you soon.
Scrabble Club with me.
What's the next song?
Uncle Evie, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Are you doing some Lego tonight?
I'm tired. I got the drum green. Anything
What were
after
you
3
building?
hours is completely up in the air, by the way.
Everyone go follow Uncle Evie for some Lego content.
At this point, I hit that really weird point. I know, like, sick drummer